believe, I believe that America can be beautiful. I believe. I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterfordine and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil FARRACON is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum. My Rahim here, National Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. Let's check on something quickly, boss. Just give me a second here. Yeah, that's what I do it. Just verifying something. Let's see here. Okay, brothers and sisters, standing challenge. Been there for years. No one stepped up. They haven't because they can't. But let's move on, brothers and sisters. This is a very, very, very important presentation. Time is up. I'm warning you. Time is up now. Now, I gave a little hint, but nobody picked up on it. I started talking about spring and try to use the analogy of spring and winter. Winter, spring, March. Spring starts in March, and winter ends in February. Right? Between now and February is the end of America's power. A little hint, but nobody picked up on it. I'll explain in a minute. Okay? Because the winter's over. Winter will be over. The next 60 days. Okay? In the battle for spring. Okay? Spring is here. Be here in a couple more days. On the horizon. I'm going to talk about that, but these people, they haven't stepped up to this. They haven't because they can't. So we're going to talk about what's happening now. Not watch the weather. Now, War Armageddon is started 3 years back. You haven't seen War Armageddon, right? All this lying stuff they said Sunday. Now we'll get some details, brothers and sisters. We're talking about this. I'm going to make it, it's very clear today. I say I gave you little hints. That's why I went to that analogy between winter and spring. And right now, we're in the middle of winter, right? January, February, winter's coming to an end. Spring comes in. And right now, between now and February, that'd be the end of winter. End of winter. Spring is coming in. It's coming hot and heavy. And the heat in the spring, when the winter's going to be so intense, you'll not survive it. But that spring heat is coming in. It's coming in hot. The spring sun coming in, it's coming in hot. It's going to scorch the hell out of that winter. Here we go, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. It's going to be short, but serious. Always serious. Let's go through this quickly, brothers and sisters. I'm going to set it up and then get right into the main topic. Because what you're about to witness here is totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. Totally. They're desperate over there. But their days are numbered. Because when spring comes in, the winter, there's no chance. It's obliterated. Destroyed. That's about to happen to these clowns. No.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in mind, common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. and Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Well, I was just saying, reading myself. I said that we played back to them. They didn't like it. It's like, somebody being executed and you got a video of the murder they committed. And so you're playing the video when you turn on the electricity. Well, it's going to be a lot worse than that, brothers and sisters. It says most grievous chastisement. You better focus on the word most. The chastisement will be terrible. Lake of fire, crushed, babies. In the Bible, held by their feet, being dashed again, head brains dashed again. That's not the most grievous. What could be behind all of that? Brothers and sisters. I'm a little low key today, brothers and sisters. I'm kind of like quiet before the storm. Quiet before the storm. Finally got here. 35 years, finally got here.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Just briefly look and see if they're guilty of that, brothers and sisters. Very simple. Let's take a look. Messenger of the Covenant. Let's check that out. Messenger of the Covenant.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Okay, brothers and sisters, who's this messenger of the covenant? I never heard FARRACON mention him, but they mentioned about the messenger. But there's another messenger. They said, oh, Elijah's last messenger. Well, who is this messenger? That Elijah prepares the way forward, that comes to Elijah's temple. Who is that messenger? Never mentioned him. The messenger of the covenant. And God says he's coming. Messenger, ain't nobody coming. When? Elijah's the last one, so they believe in this part. Don't believe in this part. You ever heard him talk about the messenger of the covenant? Come to Elijah's temple? It means he had to come while Elijah was around. He said, God said he's coming. So, like math, they say, ain't nobody coming after Elijah. Maybe Aaron, FARRACON. So, keep that in mind. It's the messenger of the covenant. Have you heard about him before? You heard anything about the messenger of the covenant? So that's the one you should be seeking. Not Elijah. Be seeking this one. So he's coming. He said, just hold on, he's coming. Just wait for him. He's coming. Seek. Look for him. He's the one who's going to get you, deliver you. Okay. Well, you know, let's say this quickly. You know, FARRACON is the Messiah, right? But he said, you don't want to, but the Messiah is supposed to deliver us home, out of hell, home. But he says he don't want to go anywhere. He said he loves it here. So how is he going to deliver us home when he doesn't want to leave here? He'd rather stay here. He don't want to go home. So how is he going to lead us home? If he's Messiah. Then what are we Messiah for if we're going to stay here? The whole purpose of Messiah is to take us home. That's what I call Exodus. Exit, you know, is that a hint? Exodus. But he said we ain't going to, well, that's your man. Let's move on. Mention the covenant. Let's go a little further. What covenant is the minister of? Let's look at that.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13 And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14 And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Well, they talk about this part of the book, don't they? They talk about the 400 years, but he said, hey, we ain't going nowhere. So he got a problem with that. FARRACON, the Messiah. But they do speak about this part, right? So that's what he said. But let's look at the rest of it. The covenant part.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Okay, that's what the covenant is. So the messenger of the covenant, I'll be the covenant. He's the messenger of. But they never talk about that either. So he called God a liar. He says, ain't no messenger after Elijah. He called him a liar at that point. And he called him a liar about this because he says, remember, this is God's word. He said, we ain't going nowhere. I said, well, yeah. He said, we ain't. So is he in submission to God? And another little hint, this hints all over the place, brothers and sisters. And he said, why did they don't call Abraham here? Doing this, we're talking about the covenant. But the seed would be lost for him, right? So where's the Ham part? Who's called Ham? Ain't we called Ham? I'm moving on, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to keep this short. But there's the covenant. So now we got the mention of the covenant and the covenant. They don't mention either one. So they believe part of the book. They mention the first part, but don't believe that. Mention that part. Most grievous chastisement. So let's find the identity of the mention of the covenant. The identity of the mention of the covenant. We got to seek him, so we identify him. Correct? Okay. Let's look.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
There you have it. They talk about Aaron, but Aaron, they bypassed Aaron here. They went from Moses to Joshua. So what happened to Aaron? Because Aaron, according to Exodus, was no damn good. He was a lying dog. He was deceiving the people, ripping the people off. So, but they say FARRACON's Aaron. Well, God said no. Joshua's the Messiah. He's the one going to take you home. Because remember, FARRACON can't be, because he said, I ain't going nowhere. So if you understand this, and Joshua's the one you should be seeking, because he's the one going to take you home. FARRACON said, we're not going anywhere. And he says, hey, they don't talk about no Joshua. You ever heard FARRACON mention Joshua? You ever mention the covenant? You ever heard him mention the covenant itself? They're all connected. You never mentioned any of them. So what does that mean? See, believing part of the book, this being the other. But it says the result, what God's, so he's calling God a liar on all three counts. Now you calling God a liar now? Because that's what you be saying. Because you're saying he's not believing in part of the book, this being the other one. I just gave you clear proof. So now you calling God a liar. Because if you believe that, you understand that, you know, they're not who they are. They claim to be. They claim to be. So if you're still with them, hang in there. We're not going to lose any sleep over you. Let's move on to the next here.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Well, let somebody forsake Farrakon when they blew his ass up. Ration pills. When nobody protecting him, let somebody forsake him. Because that's a curse, ain't it? And that's what happened in Malachi. It says there was this one that was robbing the nation and was cursed with a curse. That's not a curse. What is it? When you're castrated, right, and you're pissing shit in a bag at 55 years old, what do you call it? Let's move on. Mention of the covenants. You're preaching the covenant. Take you home. You suddenly come to Elijah's temple. So that means he was around when Elijah was around. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
See, Joshua, but Farrakon never mentioned Joshua. He claims he's speaking for God. Right? Was he speaking for God when they blew his ass up? God was speaking for. Come on, brothers and sisters. Okay, phase 1. Now, the war started a couple of years ago. Abomination of Desolation. It was like, flashing yellow lights for the red light come on. See? Green all of a sudden flashing. It was a sign tell you, hey, what started? You just haven't hit you yet. War of Armageddon. Not the War of Armageddon, excuse me. Abomination of Desolation. I said initially, I did Abomination of Desolation. Started 2 years ago. Farrakon said War of Armageddon started 3 years ago. Have you seen War of Armageddon? No. Abomination of Desolation is going on right now, but how come you don't know anything about it? How do you know what's talking about it? Because as they see it, they talked about it years ago, but the way they talked about it in a different way, because they thought it was going to be people attacking the Jews. The Arabs attacking the Jews. See, but that's how you know, right? Who was Abraham and who was with Satan. They're trying to do the other way around. That's why they can't comment on it, because that will reveal them in synagogue of Satan. That's why they can't call it at what it is, abomination, desolation, because they said the opposite. They said, just like they talking about, they said, the reason I hate Russia so much, because they think Russia is Gog, and Gog's supposed to attack Israel. And they say Israel's false Israel. See, you don't understand this background stuff. But check it out. They think that's what they say. And so, therefore, people say, why do they hate Russia so much? Because they've been told by these fools that Russia. That's why you be careful, but you say you can't F around with these scriptures. You understand? So the thing is that, so now it's false Israel attacking. Jerusalem's surrounded by armies. That means they're the synagogue of Satan. Oh, they can't say it. They can't speak, because that would reveal, if they're the synagogue of Satan, that means who in America? America got to be devils, because you bless Israel, be blessed. You curse Israel. And so if they're not Israel, you've been blessing them. And the real Israel, you got captivity, you've been cursing. So you don't understand this kind of stuff. So they're in a trap. They got back and forth. They cannot mention abomination, desolation, even though it's going on right in front of your eyes. It says abomination, the Look up the definition, unless they changed it recently. They probably might have, right? The uprising was put down with great cruelty. What would the uprising be? It would be over, it said it happened in Jerusalem. It tells you what the place would be. So who is uprising there? It would be people that's oppressed. There'd be the uprising. So who's being who that will show the so-called Arabs are the ones being oppressed. They will be uprising, and so they will put down with great cruelty. So the ones put down with great cruelty, that means they're cruel people that's putting them down. See, you don't pay attention to these words. That means that shows they can't speak to it. I'm the only one telling you, and that's going for 2 years. It's the yellow light telling you the red light's about to come on. That red light come on. Woo-hoo. The red light, that's the red light to God and Magog. Time stop. Stop cold. It's over. The green light's off. You had 6,000 years, especially 500 years. The green, red light now. Stop. It's over. Okay. When the red light comes the green light other direction, right? Now we got the green light. Abomination of desolation was a yellow light telling the green light's about to come on. And the green light's about to come on. And the red light comes on, and the green light comes on, right? So Babylon is destroyed in one day. And the original nation is born in one day. Red light come on, green light come on. You stop, we go. That's where we are right now. The flashing yellow, about to turn red. And you can't get through it that fast. It's about to turn red. See? Now you don't want to mess around and turn green, and then you have no gas in your car. I'm trying to make sure you have gas in your car and you're going in the right direction. That's what's happening right now, brothers and sisters. This desolation going on right now. Uprising put down with great cruelty. That's going on. So if you see that, right there, if they say abomination desolation, it's clear that they're falsely, that they're the synagogue of Satan. It's so clear. If you understand the abomination desolation going on right now, because who's causing what? That's why they can't say it. Let's move on. Phase 1. I'm giving you phase 1. Phase 2, maybe tomorrow. Phase 1, right, is a war in heaven. Right? That war in heaven will start with an abomination desolation. But it'll be on pause about 6 months, about half an hour. And during that time, around that time, right? In that period of time, that's when Syria will be taken out. We'll talk about that, brothers and sisters. Let me set this up. Now, I'm not going into detail here, but right here, brothers and sisters, that's what I'm saying. People, nobody understands it. These things right here should tell you. I mean, it's so simple. If you look at this, and you believe the lessons, maker, owner, cream of the planet Earth, God, the universe, that means everything on this earth belongs to us. But we don't have anything. But who has it? Who controls our energy? Who tells us where to work us, pay us? They control our energy. Okay, that means work can tell you what to do. That's somebody tell you what to control you. They control your energy. Right here, we under their society. We obey them. Right? Who got our identity? False Israel. Who got our land? The Arabs. Ishmael. Who got our economy? Intellectual and industrial. China, India. And then who got our nation? You got to say, oh, everything we got. Everything else, they got everybody else, but they should, but we still got that, really? No. They're coming at you every elevated place. So now you got our vision, because the nation, our vision. You need a vision, even realize that you lost this stuff. Because they tell us we don't have anything, we're not supposed to have anything, we ham. None of this belongs to us. We slaves forever. And Elijah Muhammad said, no. They got us all wrong. They stole your identity. They got your land. That's what Elijah Muhammad told us now. Somebody else got your economy. You got to do for self. And we got to get out of here out of our money, our control. That's what Elijah Muhammad taught. That's not what they teach them. Right? And he gave us our vision, the promised land. God come and took the vision away. We ain't going nowhere. Ain't nobody after Elijah. Because the message of the covenant, he's the vision man. They got all of it. We have nothing. So the bottom line said, well, if that's ours, are we going to be satisfied with not having anything? Or are we going to take back what belongs to us? We're going to take back, if we take back what belongs to us, you're talking about total war, universal war, global war. Because they're going to resist. There you go. That's simple to understand. So if you want it back, you got to go to war to get it. That's where we are right now. Move on, brothers and sisters. Oh. He's supposed to be the Messiah, but he's told to shut up. So if he's told to shut up, then how come his spokesman is still talking? If you tell the ventriloquist to shut up, isn't the spokesman supposed to shut up too? The dummy? That's a big lie. He just don't know he don't know what's going on. He's still trying to deceive you, lying. So he don't know. But he was told to shut up by his handlers, Trump and Netanyahu. Let's move on. Okay, the Great Reset, bounce. This is get into it. Okay, give me a second before I go into this, brothers and sisters. I'm going to check something. What I'm going to do here, brothers, I'm going to break this down for those who, right? We give details. We don't watch the weather here. See? So like I said, as I get closer, I can be clearer and clearer. So now I'll be precise. June. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Oh, wait, what's wrong? Right. Okay. I'm thinking about something else. I'm thinking about the bomb. No. In June last year, right? war broke out. It says war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels against the dragon and his angels. But it said there'd be a pause. Yeah. So let's go into the scripture. Right? It was about half an hour. So an hour in the angel is about a year. Okay? Tick tock, tick tock. So if you say June, if you add 7 months to that, excluding June, right? You got July. Be silent in July, August, September, October, November, December, January. So since approximate, right? Because you say 6 months would be half an hour, approximately. So that would put you, let's take 6 months. Be silent in July, August, September, October, November, December. And you notice all of a sudden, it was very quiet. No, it was settled. We remember Trump? We settled that, man. We obliterated everything, all that stuff, right? And then it was silent for 6 months. All they was worrying about Venezuela and everything else, right? All of a sudden, now you got all the riots over there, and they found that America and Britain and false was doing it, and he's talking about he's going to attack. Well, all of a sudden, after 6 months, they start talking like that because everybody knows they get ready to attack Iran. Silent for about 6 months. A coincidence? Oh, no, that's dumb. We're gonna concentrate on Venezuela. All of a sudden, what, the last 2 weeks now? Right? What began pretty much the beginning of the month? All of a sudden, riots over there, and we're gonna attack them, and then Yahoo's over here in 5 minutes, we're gonna, right? I mean, he's actually threatening the man. Now he's already said he's gonna attack it. He already said he's gonna do it. Is that a coincidence? We're there, brothers and sisters. We're there. Let's say be silence for about half an hour. Here we are, we're here now. That war will break out anytime now between now and next month. When it does, right? I said, you had the flashing, you had yellow. It's going to be red. Red for them and green for you. If your eyes open, pay attention. Red. America's going right into a red light. Stop. Boom. Right into a wall. Bam. You're about to run into a wall. That's the red light. Run into a wall with the Middle East against Iran. That's the end of their civilization. That war will be the end of their civilization. End of it. It'll seal the doom. Seal it. In the next 60 days, brothers and sisters, now to put it out there. Between now and next month, any day now. There you go. Found it here, brothers and sisters. Can't make it any clearer than that. How can you miss it? Ominous desolation over Jerusalem. There was the whole world is witnessing it. The whole world. America's totally guilty of it because they furnished. In fact, you know, they have actually soldiers over there fighting with the idea of whatever they call it over there. They won't tell you that part, but the bottom line is they supplying the bullets. They're supplying the bullets. That means they're just guilty as the ones pulling the trigger. The war in heaven, like I said, it started then to be a pause, silence. No, so let's go into the scripture for those. Because you're going to need those of you that make it through the tribulation, that go through tribulation, you have to understand this. Or you're not going to make it. So I'm going to go to the scripture. So, I'm going to get a little detail, but I'm going to keep it short. We're here now, brothers and sisters. Red light. It's okay. You see here? This is 7 seals, which those clowns out there have not broken one seal, but they claim, I'm the Son of Man. I'm the Melchizedek. Even Silas, he claims he's Son of Man too. All of them, well, anyway. So let's go through these seals. I'm not going to go into detail, but I'm just going to point out some things, right? Now, here's a seal. They need a transliteral. Now, for those of you who are not aware of that, I use the one Jehovah's Witnesses have. Right? Right here. Okay? Now, if you meet you run into any of them, goes there, temple where they call it, right? They give you one free. They say used to. Transliteral. So it reads kind of funny because it's transliteral. It's accurate. And I sort of opened up the Lamb 1 out of 7 seals. Now keep in mind, I heard something. He hears something. That's first one, here's something. Keep that in mind. That's important. That's first seal. I'm not going to explain these seals at this point. I'm going to explain one particular, the 5th one. Then you open the second seal again, right? You heard something. Okay. The 3rd seal. Heard something. Here's something. Right? I have some presentation to explain these seals. I'm not going to do it today. The 4th one. I heard here's something. 4th seal. When you get to the 5th seal, you hear anything. Silent. I saw underneath, see something, but you don't hear anything. You don't say I heard anything. So in here, it's silent. And then if you understand the L.E.G.I.O.N, they talking about Iran and Syria. And they said, Iran, he says, they asked him, says, I cried out until Mass Holy True. They told the Master Muhammad, why, when are you going to judge? When are you going to avenge us blood? Of God, may God, when are you going to avenge us? He says, hey, he gave him robe white, you understand. See, I'm not going into all the detail, but all this means something. When he said robe white, that means, maybe I'll explain it a little later. Right? I was told him to rest up for the time little. A little time little is that about half an hour? Anyway, all this means something. I'm not going to explain every bit of it. Right? And he's not going to do it until what happened to Syria. What's going to happen to Syria? What happened to Iran? Now they're going to attack you. They're talking about Syria. And that's not going to happen to they attack Syria. Take Syria now. Okay. And rest up a little until be filled. Also, the fellow slaves them and the brothers them have been about to be killed as also they. See? They tried to kill Iran. Right? And in fact, they did to a certain extent because they took Iran out. And that's another story. But the bottom line is that they have to take Syria out. If you understand the L.E.G.I.O.N, that's what it means. So I said, I'm not going to do anything until that happens. So we know that happened. Okay. Yeah. Let me be accurate here. I'm so accurate here. Making sure, bro, since everything has to be totally accurate. Oh, what happened? Okay. Look at the time here, brothers and sisters. Nomination started 23, right? October 23rd. It's October 2023. But Syria went down during that time in December 2024, almost 2025. They said he wouldn't do anything. He's not going to make his move until Syria goes in. And Syria was down in 2000, and almost 2025, because December 2024. Let's get some perspective here. Watch the weather, FARRACON. Yep, December 2024. That's what it says here. If you understand this. So that's basically 2025. You can be weeks. So it's a month. This is just 30 days earlier. 2025. What started? The war started. But then it said it'd be a silence. It was to be a pause about half an hour. Oh, brothers and sisters. It's there, but I guess I expect too much, because I expect at some point in time somebody will pick up on something's coming. Anyway, because the information's out there. I'm talking about this. Abomination, desolation. I already talked about the silence. I should put it together for you. I said there'd be a silence. I'm putting it together exactly. All right. Okay, here we go. So Syria went down. Then right after that, the war started. Okay, move on. And so, and they get white robes. See? So, you know, if you understand the white robes, that means, I'm going to show you a picture of that in a minute. So now that's the fifth. Then it goes sixth seal. But so, well, he's in a sixth seal either. Yes, they did say something in sixth seal. How do you know that? Because you don't recognize sixth seal. Because it's sixth seal, right? Look at this. This is part of the sixth seal. As he heard something. But it was silence because this 144,000 had to be sealed. Now, I'm not going to explain detail. I do have a presentation explaining what that means. I'm not going to go in, except I do all that. I've been doing it. I'll be here for hours. So that's part, right? So they hold back the four winds. So that tells your angel where they are. The four winds hadn't blown yet. So it tells you where you are in time. They're about to blow. Okay, let's keep on. That still had to take place. Stand is key for that one. And then when you open the seventh seal, see, that means that part I showed you was part of sixth seal. So that means what? Let's go back here, previous. I heard something. Hold it now. Whoa. Remember, he didn't hit on the first, hit on the second, third or fourth. I mean, he heard something first, heard something second, heard something third, heard something fourth, but he hit on the fifth. That means it's silence. But the sixth, he hears something. Silence is broken. How does the sixth seal start off? See? Sixth seal start off. See? The sixth seal here, but he hears something here. How's that? Great shaking occurred. That's the war. The war resumes. Some became black and sack over here. That means FARRACON is cast down. The great light. Who might take control of NOI? Right? And then they attack us, and also that's when the Africans here, they attack all blacks, but they fight back. That's what it says right there. Right there. Well, so we're going to look at this war in a minute. It's about to happen. Between now and next month. I kind of would bet there's probably this month. But anyway, it's when next, what's day? There's 12. So how many more days got this month? What? 18? 18, 19, whatever, 86, 31, 18, or 30. So, between now and next month, we'll resume. I was going to resume. I'm not going to tell you that. Hold off on that one. Okay. And here's 7. And that's when 7. That's when you hear the silence. So the silence occurred between this, the 7th, and the 5th. I mean the 7th and the 6th, because we hear some in the 6th. But that's the silence right here. So it's telling you, right? And then the trumpet started blowing. So the silence was between the 5th trumpet. I mean, it was the 5th trumpet between the 4th and the 6th. So when Syria had to be taken out, they was getting white robes. That means their position, what was going on. It just went to pause for now. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Here it is. It occurred one heaven. And Michael's angels him war with the dragon war with it. It's a big hint there, but I'm not going to give it to you. They was defeated. They was thrown out. Right? And not they failed. And no place to find them in heaven. They was kicked out. It was thrown the dragon, the great serpent, Achaia. That means false. That means Arabia, Assad, is going to be with them. He's going to be on the side of God, Magog, and the Antichrist. America, Britain, and false Israel. He's going to be on the side with them. That's who the dragon is, right? His angels, well, I'm not going into that kind of detail right here. See, was thrown into the earth, and the angels with him were thrown. You understand what I mean by the earth? Right now, a voice great in heaven saying, right now become the salvation and the power of the kingdom of God and authority of Christ of him. See, that should be Messiah to my message of the covenant. Because we're throwing the accuser of the brother of us, accuse him night and day. Who's the accuser? FARRACON, you Cynthia, wake up! Words, eat your ass. Cast down. While that war is going on. So let me break this down in simple form for you. This war is going to start in a couple more days between now and next month. It resumes, and you're talking about, I mean, well, all of a sudden, out of the blue, last week, Trump said, we're going to attack Iran. Well, I mean, it was quiet. It was Venezuela and everything else. We're going to attack Iran. And they better not mess with those rioters and all this stuff, right? And he said he's already got the plans. All of a sudden, everybody knows he's about to make the move. And in fact, the devil's even saying it's going to happen within the next couple of weeks. It's going to happen. All of a sudden, after 5 or 6 months, he was saying, hey, their nuclear programs obliterated. Let's forget about it. Let's move on. So that's what Farrakhan, the thrones are cast down. Because if you go in Exodus, it says, when separation took place, when Moses came and said, all those with the Lord, remember Elijah, he says, over the Lord. Who's the Lord? The messenger of the covenant. That's what it says in Malachi. Come with him. That means he went to Aaron's camp and separated them from Aaron. So if he separated, that means the people was left with Aaron. And after that, they got in the battle and they wiped out Aaron and all his followers. And it says it was a time of war, but not a time of victory or defeat. That means while the war was going on. So within the next, between now and a month, Farrakhan is toast. And all those clowns put on the toast for the end of the next month. Sooner the better. Toast. You heard me say it. So now you can play this back in March. Hey, he's what happened? I don't see no. I'm telling you, between now and the next month, winter's over. Red, yellow. Turn red. Imagine if when it like red light came on, they put a barrier came up suddenly. So you tried to run the green, red, yellow light, bam, crash. Man, may do something like that. That's what's gonna happen here. You ain't better run that red, yellow light. Have to get away. It said no escape. You got to hit a brick wall. Flashing yellow now, caution. Abomination, desolation. It's about to turn red. Turn red sometime between now before the end of the next month. Now, February is a short month anyway, isn't it? That's what it is. When that happens, Farrakhan's gone, toast. That's right here. The accuser of our brothers cast down at the same time. And then it said devils. Now, when they talk about the devil in there, they talk about a different character, right? I'm not going to mention it here. The point is, it says that's when the four winds blow. It says, and they conquer through the blood of the Lamb and through the word of witness of them, they go into tribulation. Right? And not their love sold them until death. Through this, you be making yourself up-minded, heavens and dominion, and woe to earth, and see, because step down the devil towards you. Everything to see. Remember the devil said that, I said, put one foot on earth, one foot on the sea. He says he's full of wrath. You know, I got a short time left. Your lights flashing, brothers and sisters. See? And when the dragon sword was thrown to earth, it persecuted the woman who gave birth. Okay? So they're going to attack you once they kicked out. And also, the Sunnis, they're going to attack you here too. Because you don't know who's behind this. The dragon's behind us. And they know you come back, take their land. Because it's going to be clear. Because Suleiman takes control of the NOI, said this gospel preached to all the world. He's war talk. It's a warlord. He said, giving everybody notice, we're coming for everything. We come and take everything belong to us. And as soon as here, right, they want to attack us. That'd be a big mistake, fools, but go for it. It'd be a big mistake, fools, but go for it. They're going to attack. See? So a woman thrown, so the dragon sword was thrown to earth, and persecuted woman gave birth to the male. Give the woman 2 wings of eagle, where she may fly to a desolate place for her, where she be nourished there, appointed time from face of serpent. So you understand what that means. You got the wrong thing, face of serpent is the devil. That's not what it's talking about there. So I mean, she's going to be with. See what I said? He's like, oh, see, he connected himself with the devil. Because you know, it's angel key. It said to trip fools up like you. They could be the hands of the Son of Man. Protected. But then they get their mind back. They get their brain healed. And do circle out the mouth behind the woman, whereas river, or that born in the river she might make. In other words, try to take her out. But it's not going to work. It was made wrathful of dragon upon the woman, was made war with leftover. See, going to attack us. See, it's not talking about, we're talking about, it failed here. Now, that's come out once we get there. It's 2 wars with them, here and there. They war with the leftover seed of her, observe the commands of God, having the wisdom of Jesus, right? Witness of Joshua. Second conflict, we're going to have battle with them here and battle with them there. Kick their ass out of Arabia. We're not going to destroy them. The ones here are going to be destroyed. The ones here that's here to attack us, they're going to be destroyed. The ones here, they're going to be kicked out of Arabia, back into India. But see, the Arabs, they're Abraham's seed through his Indian wife. See? So they're original, but Indians are original. But you got, in a word, you got Hindus setting stuff in Arabia calling themselves Muslims. Let's throw it together, bro. Says I'm not going to there, but have talked about it in the past. But the British set them up. House of Saw, who were there? It was a tribe nobody knew anything about. And the British set them up because they Hindus out of India. He set them up to protect that oil. But if he left it in the hands of Arabs, they might not give it. They might not get it. That's no story together, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. So here, this is the Injil. It's 12 tribes. Remember, 12 levels here. 3, 6, 9, 12. And right here, I didn't do that. Okay, let me do this real quick, bosses. I forgot to do that. Highlight this, not necessary, but just highlight this. I got a new carrier, brothers and sisters, and I'm not going to make excuses, but let me just be quiet. Over here, okay. Let me just be quiet. Oh, you making excuses? No, I ain't making no excuses. But I want to. Okay, I should do it. Yeah, I should do it. Here, this would mean they gave robes white, because the white represents the European countries. And they gave, that means right here, they're in conflict with American Britain. That's what I right now. Where I said getting robes white. Then, right when the war resumes, this happens. And they kicked out. Then Iran and Syria has control of the Middle East. When that happens, then they attack us. Maybe I should have showed that, but I don't think so. I'm just giving the basics. It's about to happen, brothers and sisters. When it happens, the financial collapse, as chapter 18, Europe, total financial collapse. because they don't have access to oil anymore. Maybe I should show that. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Close. I don't want to get too much detail here, brothers and sisters, but okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and show that. I'll go ahead and show it. Okay, again, conflict. War resumes. This happens. Kicked out. Once kicked out, right? False American Britain. It's thrown all the way out. False soldiers came and thrown out because that's they're still there. They'll be under siege. This happens. Then they attack all blacks. Missed something. Hold on. I should have did that, bro. So, well, I'm here now, so I might as well fix it. I didn't want to go that deep into that deep, so let me go ahead. Because somebody gonna say, "Hey, you're doing it wrong." Oh. And then we'll close here, brothers and sisters. I do rest in phase 2 tomorrow. Then this. And this. I should stop right here, brothers. I'm taking this too far. Okay. That should left like it was. Hold on. Might as well go ahead and do it. You understand that you keep, brothers and sisters. Either now or later or never. It's up to you. It's your life you're playing with. Yeah, I'm just taking up to a point because I did it. I just take up to a point. Talk about the demon war and everything else. That probably phase 2. I'm actually getting into my phase 2 stuff here. Okay, let me make sure I got this right now. Nope, I don't. Okay. And I'm okay. Mm. Here we go, brothers and sisters. Again, right now they're in conflict. It's starting here. Then they're defeated. They kicked them out, like it says in War in Heaven. Kicked them out. American Britain. That's when they kicked them out. That's when Suleiman takes over the NOI. That's what some says. Some become black. It's that cause of hair. Right? That's what it's talking about. Anyway, that happens. And then that's when they attack. Oh boy, how did I get back up here? Oh boy, hold on, brothers and sisters. How did I do that? How did I get back up like that? I make no excuse about it. I'm just, oh boy. Okay, try it again. I'm gonna close. Phase 2 tomorrow. Against where we are right now, conflict, and the war resumes. They kicked out of control of the Middle East. At that point, the real seed recognize who Suleiman is. They come running, as it says in Mark. I'm not going to them, they come to me. And that's when they attack. Now, these have warning, these don't. They attack all blacks. These have to flee under duress and panic. These don't. They have to flee, but not under duress because they got warning, because he came just before the attack. Their forces were finally taken down. It's clear. The troops of Abraham. They're under siege and they're taken down. They'll be under siege once because they're abandoned. Let's look at this again. Here, they're abandoned. They don't have they left. They're by themselves now. So they're under siege, and Palestinians have them under, and they're going to do to them as they've done to them. They cut off food, water, because they totally depend upon food and water from the outside. And says, the scripture says, the sons will be their fathers and fathers will be their sons. Be total cannibalism. It said it'd be so bad, they'd be drinking blood because no water. It said it'd be so bad, they'd be eating themselves. So I said, bad it's going to be. They won't be able to use their nuclear weapons. It says Michael and his angels. That's one of the reasons it's going. You have a plague of flies going out. That's false Israel. Who are trying to get Trump to attack all that kind of stuff. But they're going to be really bad. That plague of flies is talking about false Israel. That they're going to be doing to try to get America to go back and save false Israel. America's not going to do it. They're abandoned. They got kicked out. They can't tell American people why they won't go back. Because Master Muhammad, those planes, and that's what took out America's Air Force. They're going to say, Russia did it. No. America's Air Force will be taken out. They'll tell you a Russian did it. No. That's why we won't go back. Master Muhammad took it out, and they neutralized their nuclear weapons, so forces will not be able to use it. There will not be a nuclear war. But America will be nuked. America will be nuked. There will not be a nuclear war. Okay, so here, now, forces found in siege and found just taken out. Gone. Then what? And then the four winds blow. These are the African blacks here that are here. hundreds, maybe millions of them. This is no hundreds, thousands of them. They're on attack too, so they're gonna fight back. They're united. They'll be united. I mean, Mike goes when I say it. They're gonna be united around Obama because he's one of them. So when that happens, black folks' illusion about going back to Africa, when they attack, they're gonna fight back, but they're gonna fight all Americans. They don't care if you're black, white, or whatever. So you'll be attacked by the devils and by your brothers, fellow Africans that are here. That all your illusions about that's gonna be gone. See, because somebody's still gonna have that idea. That's when you're gonna finally come together. The vision's gone, your illusions about Africa, all that kind of stuff. Everything is clear. All your enemies, everybody's clear. Obama ain't your friend, those are your friend. What's clear? That's when you're gonna come together. Here we go again, brother. I'm gonna close out here, bro. Since let me finish this off. Oh. I try to revamp my system, bro. Sisters and providing everything else worse than it was before. You go backwards. I know they're my systems, bro. Just I know that. So it's hung up right now, so I have to let it play out. At any rate, bro, sisters, that's the bottom line. That's where right now war will resume between now and the end of the next month. Anyway, even though it's sooner, it's soon. We're talking about between now and February. When it starts, all hell breaks loose, brothers and sisters. Nothing will be the same. The total economic collapse in Europe because they've been cut off from access to oil. And they don't have it. They was getting access from Russia, but now they're in conflict with Russia. They won't be able to get any from Russia. The total economic collapse. That's what we're talking about, chapter 18. Oh, here we go. Here we go here. They attack, and then what happens? That's when all black people come together. Demons and saints. I'm not going to show the separation. That'll be tomorrow. That's what's going to happen now to happen. In the next month. Watch the weather, FARRACON. What happened, brothers and sisters? So let me elaborate on that. When they get kicked out, they're going to run. American, God can make God, going to run to Europe. They'll run back to Europe. They kicked out. They get out of the military, kicked out, and they're going to be on fire. Man going to have to sit their ass on fire. They're going to run out. You say they was run out bad in Afghanistan, it's going to be much worse. They run back to Europe, but it's not going to be the Europe they'll be welcome. Because Europeans are in total economic collapse. And the only hope they got is to make friends with Russia, because Russia can give them fuel. That's what happens. They turn against America and join Russia. So now America got thousands of men, thousands of men and women, and based all over Europe. Now they're under attack. Because now Europe, because America and Europe and Russia is allied, and now America. That is Armageddon. That's Armageddon, not apocalypse. Armageddon is a European war. So America will have to rush their protect their armies that they have established in Europe. So now they're fighting against NATO and Russia, and they have to commandeer all the oil from here because they can't get any from. They're not getting from Venezuela, but they ain't gonna be have time to be messing with Venezuela. And if they took, it take months to get anyway because the nature of it. And the only source of oil they can have is here. You heard strategic oil preserves. No, it's SPR. Strategic petroleum reserves. They got that saved for war, but Biden got rid of most of that. At any rate, they would have to commandeer all the oil that's available. That means in the gas stations, everything else, fuel their military to go and fight in Europe to try to protect their armies over there. That's Armageddon. That means a total economic collapse will happen here once it happens. So what are we talking about? The war resume between now and February. So we're talking about by spring, Armageddon be hot and heavy, red light be on, not blinking, solid red light. Spring. When it's over. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Leave it there. Be chaos in America. No food, no electricity, no gas. We're running all the stores. Cannibalism. Total. They be attacking all blacks. They total civil war here. Race war, civil war, ethnic war, whatever you want to call it. Scripture tells that all foreigners that are here, they be cut to pieces. They won't be able to protect themselves. Except for the Africans. But they be led by Obama. I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Days to tomorrow. We're here now, brothers and sisters. We're here. You take my word for it. And you said, wait, see? I got the deer. He's sitting there watching the headlight. See if he's going to get hit. Right? Don't come over here. I don't want no followers. I don't want your money. I told you what to do. Stay that angel. Power 5 pillars. Told you what to do. I ain't asked you to give me a goddamn thing. I don't want your money. I don't want you to follow me. I don't want you praising me. I don't want you all that, or the honorable, all this bullshit. I ain't asked any of that. I don't even want this job. I felt like I tricked into it, to tell you the truth. Well, I should say tell you the truth. That means I've been lying all over. I hate this language. I have to be honest with you. You mean wasn't honest before? You slip and say stuff like that. So that's like to tell you the truth, it means I wasn't telling the truth before. See, you got to be careful with those things. I was careless just then. No, tell you, right? I ain't asked for this. But I didn't see it coming. I should have, based on those visions I had when I was a child. I didn't see this coming. But here I'm doing it 100%. That's where it is, brothers and sisters. You're facing tribulation. Right now, it's going to hit you like a shock. But you had 70-some years prepared for it. That's how much started preparing. You blew it when he left. Then you blew it again when Elijah left. Then asshole FARRACON deceived you. So now you got 5 months to get through a tribulation now. When you had 70-some years prepared for it. So you want to wait till the last minute until you actually see it? Then you probably won't make it all. That's up to you. Don't call me. I'm not helping you. You don't need to call on me. The information's out there. My job is to get information. I've done it. You don't need to call me. You ask me no questions. That time, that would have sailed. I want your money. Damn sure don't want no followers. I got to save my own ass. I ain't got time to be pulling somebody, pushing somebody. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Phase 2 tomorrow. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not guaranteeing everything every day anymore. I got so many things to do, brothers and sisters. So I do a presentation tomorrow. Things haven't blown up by tomorrow. And you get phase 2 tomorrow. Phase 1 today. Vultures. Maybe I'll talk about that tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum. Oops. What happened? Well, I might play this, brothers and sisters. Maybe, let me see. See, this is the path. Got 2 paths. See, you thought it was all black. Yeah, we're all black. We're 2 different people. You got demons If the skin folk masters blackface children. So they used to have blackface, white folks used to put blackface on it, but mock black people, they don't need it anymore. They got acts. They got Wesley Snipes, Morgan Freeman. There's a blackface now. This is the path. The demons, they want to take America. They don't want to go anywhere. Pastor Elijah, Pastor Muhammad, get the hell out of here. Let's look at this and go.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good.
Up to here.
But I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
That's what he thinks about his devil people. Remember, they're his people. He follows the devil. He admits it. That's what he thinks about them. But what do you think about you? I'm going to elaborate on this tomorrow, brothers and sisters. I'm just going to go show this, let you think about it. See?
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Millie. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Millie. Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
See what he thinks about the devil and what he thinks about you. Both sides, male and female. He said the Muslims, right? And they Islam. The devil, he loved them. He don't want to go anywhere. You put food on his, made him multi-millionaire, put food on his plate, $1 million, $10,000 suits or whatever, $50,000 rings, whatever. But you, see? So you decide. My brothers and sisters, close out. I'll elaborate more. I have elaborated, but I'll go more into that on phase 2, perhaps. What path you think he's on? You neglect to say he's the one that, when the Muslim was alive, he's the one that killed you, him and Wallace. Neglect to say that part. They blames you for the problem that he did. Okay, close out here, brothers and sisters. Okay, here we go. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned on, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
I'm reaching a point of saying we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. There's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a
society
thing.
Is
one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions, that was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. The gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multicultural multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy
And our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different. And you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had, because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance said it in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable.
To say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks of the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet, America? Gog? What's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? What's your mateship? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our past hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years, right? And so we've been here a year now, and there was an agreement made. Our former slave master, he said, We had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there with sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what FARRACON told them. You know, they was listening to FARRACON. FARRACON promised them. You know, they stay there. 6 states. Right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, FARRACON. They're so happy. Thank you, FARRACON. Thank you, FARRACON. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big master. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, FARRACON didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, they looked at the farmers when they done the farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come you know? Right? our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't put your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, hey, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, or nowhere. We learned about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff, and to go and get this stuff. What you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how is that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Ooh, there's no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't business. They didn't train anybody. So FARRACON, He told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, the devil said, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1,000,000, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you had to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people, and all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have to find your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold, but the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth, $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money, control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue, because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was all happy with, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have the communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't have to engineer, build a house. You don't have to do anything because FARRACON didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRACON. Maybe you call it travel land. FARRACON. They met the FARRACON. Right? So they close the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh, God, come back, Master. I'll come back work for you. I'll work for Popeyes. I'll do anything you want. No, we remember, now blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving. You ain't got no, your money's worthless. Nothing works. And they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, he on the phone. You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. And so what? Then what next? What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do, FARRACON? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and those whooping their ass. I thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, if it's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakon ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. This is homeland you was promised. You never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. Okay. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it is. Something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh, no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he says, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakon as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger till you told him, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on okay, he says that was Master Farad Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man. That came in fast. after a whole year, total collapse. And he's begging it, somebody help him. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if we can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that. He made to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.